let's get it going. How do things look here? Give it a looky-loo. Alright, looks like we're doing good there. Let's make sure... Yep, we're good. Okay, let's get into this a little bit. Yesterday, for a really brief time, we were working on trying to figure out how to get rid of things that don't exist anymore. Oh, I forgot to turn on my chat. Turn on chat. All right. So anyway, like I was saying, hey, what's up, Slate? Or is that from yesterday? I don't even know. I don't even know. Must be from yesterday. Anyway, yeah, so for a brief time yesterday, we were working on some behavior stuff. And one of the things we realized is if for some reason one of the units that we have stored in our array gets destroyed, then it basically becomes like a null value in the array. And so I was talking to some people, and I've been, reading stuff in the Discord, and it seems to me like maybe that happens with everything. So we've got our little duder here. So we're going to come over here to an area where we can uncover some of the fog of war. And then we're going to run this script that we made that's going to add all of the stuff to our array. And then we're going to see if when we leave vision, if it stays in the array. Because I'm thinking maybe it won't. And that would be kind of crazy. Okay, it went through everything. Nope. Is something broken again? Oh, that's right. I destroyed. That's right. We're going to do something smarter this time. We're going to move down. We're going to move everything down here. And then we're just going to do a loop. Loop units in range. Take that off. We're going to filter them for mineable resources. The range is going to be 10. We're going to get a reference to that unit. And then we're just going to put it in an array. So we're going to go ahead and mem insert the value in the index crystal. And then we can play that. I should go ahead and add. Yep, there we go. We got all our crystals in here. Man, there's a lot more crystals right around me than I thought. Oh, that's because it's re-adding things over and over again. Whoops. Clear all, turn this off. Oh my goodness. After this is done, we want to go ahead and exit. So we just run it one time. Then it ran, and we got 2. Okay, that's better. So now we've got 2 crystals in our little array here. And we're just going to walk to where we lose vision. I think we already did. And then we're going to go back into this and see, okay, our array still exists. So it only happened when we totally lost the unit. Okay, that's good to know. That's important because we want to make sure that we're not losing things in our array. So let's go ahead and do this again. We want to get our array back that we had over here. So let's open up our array. Let's clear it. Let's play it. We'll just watch this populate real quick. Got ourselves 21 little resources here. And now we can play with those resources. We can do some different things and see if maybe we can figure out what's going on and how to remove things. Because as soon as these disappear, I think whether they get mined out or... Let's go ahead and close that. Whether they get mined out or not, I imagine they probably disappear. So let's take a look at what happens here. So we've got all these resources. We want to save and leave. So let's find one that's in this array that doesn't have a lot, right? Like this scattered resource is probably in there. So let's get this engineer. Let's go put his resources away. And then let's take up, well, these scattered resources are pick upable. I wonder if they even show up in here. That's interesting. Let's find out. We pick them up, and then we can just go over here, and we can check this, because we know that if resources disappear, okay, that doesn't look like it did anything. So it didn't figure out, or it didn't pick up the collectible resources. It only registered the gatherable resources, or the mineable resources, which is the type of info that I gave it. So that sort of makes sense. But it doesn't look like there's any resource here that's small enough that I could mine that would take off of here. But we can just destroy things, right? We can just grab our scout here, and we can go over here. We can just boop, destroy that resource. And then we know from our past experience that as soon as that resource is destroyed, it vanishes right here. And now we have this null value. And it doesn't have an ID, or it doesn't have an image, right? We know we have this crystal ID as the ID, and we know that this one is 3. But what we need to do is, as we loop through the memory, we need to figure out how to pull the index from this value and the ID from that value. So our ID is crystal, right? The value that we're looping in the memory is this B value. And then I don't know what we're adding a number to here. Okay, we did a bunch of really strange shit here. So let's just delete all this crap. And let's kind of start all over. So we're looping through the memory, and we're getting the value of these array registers. Now these arrays have quite a bit of data. let's just look at that. So I wish that I could see. Oh, here we go. I'm a jackass. Something just went blinky blinky. Anyway, yeah, I'm a dumb fuck. There's an index right here. So we can get the value. We can get the index. Right, boom. We've got an index now. And so now we just need to compare. Right? We just need to compare register. So we need to compare this value to a null value, right? And then if they're equal, we just need to remove. I can't believe I spent almost an hour on this yesterday trying to figure out how to get the index and not being able to. And then if it's different, we just keep looping. And then when we finish, we exit. And what should happen with this very simple code is it should get rid of this null value, I believe. I hope. So we're going to go ahead and save that. And then we're going to play this. It looks like it took away one value. It's still doing all of its compares, and then it finished. Boom. We got rid of it. Perfection. All right, well, what took us an hour to fail at yesterday? This is what I'm talking about with this stuff, though. This is a really different kind of streaming for me, because this is how this stuff works, right? You bash your head into a problem, and if you can't figure it out in the first 45 minutes to an hour, you need to move the fuck on. Because if you keep trying to fix that problem, trying to fix that problem, trying to fix that problem, and you don't take a break and then come back fresh and have to kind of re-go through everything because you've forgotten a little bit of what you were looking at before, then you just instantly find the fucking solution. And so if you're having trouble, I mean, you don't necessarily have to quit playing, but definitely find something else to do. A different behavior to work on, play manually for a little while, browse the internet looking for other behaviors, do something else. Because if you just keep smashing your face into the wall, you're never going to make progress. It is such a waste of time. But it does make it a little bit difficult to stream this game, especially because I'm such a bad programmer. I get stuck a lot. And so I need to find something else to do in the game when I get stuck like that. But this is great. So now we know exactly how to get rid of a resource. And we can drop this in probably anywhere into our map. Actually, so let's take a look. It's just these 2 bits right here that we actually need. So let's go take a look at our memory stuff. Is this our memory dude? Yes, it is. So down here is where we decide what node we're going to go after. And one of the things that we do in here is we loop through the entire memory. And we get resource numbers and we do all kinds of stuff like that. But here's what I want to do is I just want to drop this delete code right in here. So we've got our get resource number code. And that's helping us figure out how many resources. Wait a minute. This is... Why are we getting the resource number here? Okay, I was doing if resource number is greater than 0. Oh, okay. And then I was removing. Okay. So this was my removal. Um, so I was already kind of trying to do what I'm talking about here. I just did it wrong. So let's sort of relook here. We don't need the number at all. And our comparator no longer needs that number value to compare to. The value that we also need an index reference. So the value, we're no longer comparing numbers. We are now comparing registers. And if this register is equal to null, then we remove that index. And if it is not equal to null, then we continue on with our distance calculations until we find the node that is the closest, the resource that is the closest. And then once we get that value, we throw it out. What is parameter 2 here? Right, parameter 2 is E, which I believe is the looped identifier, and F is this one. Okay, I'm going to need to go through here and clean this up. I need to name all of these variables and parameters and all that other bullshit. But we're good. And then once we remove this, we just go back to the loop. And so that'll help us if we destroy any of our resources. We totally mine them out or whatever. The next time we're looking for that resource, we'll just throw away anything that's null. And that's going to help us out a lot in PvP, because if the other player mines one of those resources or takes something from us or something like that, it seems like it still shows up as null. Actually, let's do one more little test here. We want to reconnect this, and we want to check this. We want to clear that. I want to see if the state will change if we also can't see the resource at the time. So if I come up here and I pull these resource values here, and then I drive my scout up and I blow one of them up, will it create that same null value inside of my runner here? Because if it does, great. Now I'm good to go. But if it doesn't, then what that means is I have to consistently look for and check my resource nodes. Because if it doesn't change it when I can't see it, then I have to do some logic with my miners that say, if you get here and it's null, then do the request again. And then as soon as I get vision, it'll likely update. Oh, how am I going to do that? Because if I go over there to blow it up, I need to get another faction. Hang on. Let's switch factions. But first, let's go see. I know that I kind of know where one of the other factions is. But I need to go find it. I think this is... Nope. Oh, Dookie. Probably drop a pin on the other faction just so I can keep track of it. I thought it was up here somewhere. Maybe it's up here. Dookie. Okay, well, let's figure out where am I at here? Negative 40, 134. So we'll go to another faction. Sure, Survival Hermit faction. And we'll get our scout and we'll equip it with this little advanced drill thing here. And I'm at 130, so I need to go negative. So I need to go this way a bunch. And just a little bit down. It's actually not that far at all. No, don't shoot the bugs. Oh, you dumb fuck. Thankfully, I'm faster than they are. So I just blast them. So I start blasting. All right. So we just got to go down a little bit, keep coming this way. I don't think we should have any more issues. Oh no, we're going up, not down. Up is negative. Up and left is negative. Down and right is positive. All right, so here's this other base with all my duders. So what we're going to do is we're going to go up to this crystal right over here, and we're just going to destroy it. I assume that it's this one and this one. The rest of these are scattereds. So let's go ahead and take out this little one. Okay, fantastic. Then we'll go right back to our other faction, or primary here. And then we're going to take a look inside of this dude's array. Boom. Okay, so it gives us that null value, even if we didn't have any vision when that happened. So this is crazy powerful because this gives us persistent knowledge of the world state. Which is cool. Which is really cool. So now that we have this persistent world state knowledge, we also want to test. So having this scout here is actually going to be a pretty big deal. Because I can also check this persistence as it pertains to other units. So a few things that I'm interested in, if I follow a unit based on my array, is it updating its location? So can I keep this enemy unit? And does it change based on, if it's an ally, if it's an enemy, if it's neutral? There's lots of potential information here that we might be able to test. So instead of filtering for units, let's filter for robots, object type robot. And then we're going to clear our array. And then we're going to play our program. It should loop one robot. Yep, it gives us our scout here. So now we have this scout's location. So I can go to that location. So now that I'm no longer looking, right, I can no longer see that scout, we still have its reference. which is cool. So we're going to do a couple of things to this. Number one, I want to know if I know its location, if it moves. I also want to know actually if I know its location, if it hasn't moved. So let's go into this code and let's make some changes. We're going to loop memory. We're going to... we don't need this anymore. This is done. And then we're going to move unit. And the target will be here. Okay, that should be good enough to get us going over there. So let's apply it. Let's play it. Okay, and we are moving right back to that unit. So we do have its coordinate value. And we can just go right back to it, which is cool. So then we move this way. So the next thing we want to do, we won't move as far this time, is we're going to go ahead and switch factions. We're going to go right back to Survival Hermit faction. We're going to go right back up here to our scout. Whoops. Oh, I've got that. I'm dumb. Primary. Go back up here and tell this dude to stop his program. Okay, that's good. Now we switch faction back to Survival Hermit. We go over here and we're just going to move this scout ever so slightly. I just want to see if my reference to that scout's location is persistent even when I can't see it, if it changes with that movement. And it doesn't appear like it does. Ooh, it does. Okay, so this is wild. This is going to make PvP really interesting. And it also makes this mapping really important. Because as soon as, I mean, this is crazy. As soon as you get seen in PvP, if somebody's mapping your units, then they could strike based on like distance from other units. So you could just constantly loop through every unit that your map has a reference to, and then check their distance from each other. And then if you find one that is, you know, say 100 units away from all other units, then you go attack it, right? So anytime anybody on the other team tries to like expand out or anything, if they don't do that with lots of units, or you could even, oh, they're so crazy. That's such a crazy algorithm. Because you could look for 2 or 3, right? So maybe they're moving a small unit around, but you look for clusters. And there's so many behavior algorithms that look at, clustering and stuff like that to try and figure out behavior patterns. So there's definitely some interesting stuff there. And so your vision, your ability to scout, your ability to learn about your opponent is pretty important. But here's something that's really interesting is if your opponent is also mapping your units, then you actually want to suicide your scouters. As soon as they get seen, you want to run them into the enemy base or, get them killed in some way or move them to some obscure location. But whatever you do, if they get seen, you don't ever want to bring them back to your base because your enemy might have a reference to your bot's location. And eventually, obviously, they'll know where your base is. And so you won't be able to stop them from figuring that out forever. But the longer you can keep them from understanding where your base is, where your troops are, the better off you're going to be. That's a crazy, crazy amount of information to allow somebody to keep. So now let's take a look at, let's go to our factions and right now, Survival Hermit is neutral to us. So let's set them to enemy. And let's go use Survival Hermit and set ourselves, well, yeah, we'll set ourselves to enemy over there too. This worker might be about to die, but who knows? So we've got that. And then we set primary to enemy. And so now everybody's enemies. And I want to see if that changes any of this behavior at all. So we're going to go right back in here. We still have the reference. We can still go to that reference. And if that reference moves, it's likely going to still let us go to it. Let's go ahead and turn this off because obviously we're going up there right now. So we don't need to go all the way over there. We'll go back to this faction and we'll just try and move over this way. And see if we go back over here, do we still know exactly where we are? So we hit this, boom, yeah, we still know exactly where we are. Okay. So yeah, you can absolutely keep track of your enemy units, even if they're not in your visual. The only other thing we might be able to look at is if we completely took them out of... so let's do that. I want to take them all the way out of all of the area that I've... can't talk. All of the area that I've observed and take them all the way into the unexplored and see if that drops the reference. I don't think it will, but since I'm here and since I'm doing all this testing, I feel like I might as well. Let's go pretty far. I think right over here should be sufficient. Oh, shite. Okay, we'll move away just a little bit. I don't want to deal with any bugs. But I think this is plenty far. So let's switch faction again, back to the primary. Yeah, he's over there in no man's land. And let's just check. Yeah, we still have our reference. And if we play, we still start heading right over to it. Okay. Cool. And I think the last thing I want to check is I just want to take this scout and I want to go kill that other scout. I wonder if it's going to fight back. I might accidentally kill my own scout here. Let's go ahead and just to make sure that can't happen, we're going to disarm this other scout. Whoops. Oh, shit. Where am I? Why is this map so big? Oh no. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. That's interesting. Anyway, let's just switch faction. We'll switch back to primary. Now we're back. Now we switch faction. We switch back to survival hermit. Let's go scroll that in. Look at how small the amount of area that I've explored is. So what happened is I actually have two computers, and I use mouse without borders. And so I just like, when I go to the edge, I switch to the other computer. And so this being up here in this corner is actually pretty bad for me because I just accidentally switch a bunch. But I'll just be more careful. That'll be fine. I could turn it off while I'm streaming so that stuff like that doesn't happen, but it's fine. It's just fine. This little duder should be right up here somewhere. There he is. Now we're just gonna nuke him. Oh, he automatically attacks. Nice. Good job, buddy. You know what it is. All right. So we zapped that little dude. And now the reference should be gone. And it is. Okay. So this is pretty important. You can get a really good idea of what's going on in the map with this information and the way this information is persisted. Because, so for example, if you have references for, if you're playing in a fight where it's not just a 1v1, right? Maybe it's 4 or 5 different teams all playing on the same map, and you have references to a lot of their units, and you see a congregation of units from like team 3 and team 5 like right next to each other, and they're not dying, then you know they're probably allies. But if you see them right next to each other and they are dying, then they're in a fight, and maybe you can go third party that fight and wipe out a bunch of enemies from 2 different enemy factions. So there's a lot of potential interesting logic in there that could be used based on how that persists. So that's really cool. I'm really, really excited about that. The behaviors in this game are so interesting. I can't even, like, oh my God. It's just so much fun looking at this stuff. And it's going to take a long, long time for me to get there, right? The things that I'm talking about right now about mapping your enemy and knowing, where lots of their units and stuff are is an extremely complex mathematics problem. Um, and it's going to require a whole unit, right? You're going to have like an engineer because they've got so many integrated slots or a building or something like that that just sits here with tons of behavior things that's just keeping track of all this shit with your enemies and then just crunching numbers constantly, just looping through everything, watching how everything's moving on the map, and then figuring out, what's the state of the game right now based on that. And that is probably the biggest problem to solve for making a fully automated PvP system, right? You have to have a central decision making apparatus. Now, obviously, you also need some decentralized decision making, right? You don't need your map bot or your map location also deciding which unit to target in a given fight, right? You want to keep track of that just with the combat unit that's actively fighting. But as far as keeping track of the broader map state and the game state, that's a huge, huge problem to keep track of. This could also help you keep track of, if your team's. I don't know if there's any alliance logic. Let's take a look, actually. Can the bots form alliances with code? I don't think we can. Let's take a look at the global stuff. It'll probably be global. About construction, activate, place construction, can produce, a debug point, faction item amount, distance, get location, resource type, get season, get stability, get type, get home, get trust. So you can get the trust. You can figure out if you're allied, but I don't think you can set trust. I think you could just get trust. Let's see. Let's look at, yeah, you can only get trust. That's interesting. Land, launch, look at, notify. Okay. Ping, produce unit, produce, read key. Read the internal key of a unit. I don't know what the fuck this means. What is an internal key? I'm so confused. So it doesn't look like we can create alliances autonomously. But that might be something that we want to open up to manual intervention because you can't set alliances automatically. We might go ahead because this is where you manage those alliances, right? Then it's fairly easy to choose, different stuff. And so that would be another thing that you would want to track, right? Is if I'm allied with an enemy or allied with another team, one of the first things I want to do is I want to go look at their base, right? I want to go drive a unit into their base and I want to map as many of their units as I possibly can. And then I want to watch those units. And if those units go near another team's units and don't die, then that means they're probably also allied with that other team. And then I constantly want to be checking the trust status of one of their units to see if they ever flip me to enemy. Man, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. I don't even understand, like, the implications of some of this stuff is going to be so far beyond me. The meta for automated PvP is going to evolve so much. Especially, it seems like they're still working on updating the behaviors and adding behavior nodes and behavior functionality and stuff like that. So, what we're playing right now isn't even really the final form of automation. It seems like they're going to be changing things over time. I think we're in a great state right now. I think we can do most of the things that I want to be able to do. There are some things I would change. Like, I don't think that allowing you to keep references to enemy units in an array, even when you can't see them, is a good thing. But I don't know what they would do to stop that from happening, or how they might manage that. That might just be too much of an issue to try and do. Um, just getting last known location seems a little weird. And especially the more units you have that have references to lots of other units, things may turn into a little bit of a strange issue. And so just keeping that always updated, right, as a pointer to whatever that unit reference is probably lighter on the system, which is probably good. But that's cool. That's really cool. That makes mapping infinitely more important. You have you have to be able to keep track of where the enemy units are. And it gives you so much more decision making power in a PvP situation. Even from um a manual perspective, it's actually probably pretty important to get some of that mapping and stuff done. So if you were going to do like some manual PvP, keeping track of your enemy's units and then creating logic that identifies what the fudge? Die, curious bot. Anyway, but creating logic that tells you like what the enemy is doing based on their movements and stuff, and then having it send you notifies like, um, enemy massing at coordinates, blah, blah, blah. And so then, even if you can't see because of the fog of war, if you wrote good enough mapping and decision making logic with these notifications, even if you were playing mostly manual, that would be a really cool way um, to try and like figure out what your enemy's strategy might be. Which is cool. Yeah, this automation thing, This is how RTSs should be played. This is so cool. I like I like how slow it's probably gonna be. Right? You're not gonna have most RTS games happen really fast. You gain resources, you build units, and it all happens super, super quick. You're talking about 45 minutes to an hour per game. But in a game like this, you could drastically change the balance and the way it all works so that you could have games that last days, right? And you rely primarily on automation. You sleep, you do whatever, and then periodically you come back on to like check the state of things and maybe update some behaviors and, do some other stuff like that. And then you just let it go some more. I'm really excited about it. I think it's going to be super cool. As an esport, I think it could be really fun. You get your team of engineers or whatever. And I also think that it could be a lot of fun to play this more manually, right? And not necessarily completely automate it like I've been talking about, but instead, make decisions and apply behaviors and do some different stuff, but do it with multiple people, right? So have, 3 or 4 people on a team and then have 3 or 4 teams in the map. And then, everybody's kind of controlling the same stuff. And you've got, your person who's managing your materials and stuff like that. You've got somebody who's managing your attack. You've got somebody who's managing your defense. You've got somebody managing your scouting and mapping and all that other stuff. Um, and so you could make some really interesting PvP situations from that as well. I really love the idea that this game doesn't it's not necessarily a 1v1, right? It could be you have your I love this faction system. I think this whole system is so fucking cool. Um and I want to make like a big huge server and I want to have tons of people and I want to play it like a persistent survival world kind of. Um where everybody's always running around doing stuff and killing each other, and if we could find a way to make like resources respawn and stuff like that, like they would in a normal survival game, so that you could have a more persistent world and you're not just eventually going to run out of resources. And then you have resource sinks, right? You're fighting each other, you're fighting over territory, you're fighting over resources, you're doing all of that, just like you would in a typical like PvP MMO. But the programming and automation aspect of it is a real equalizer for like, bigger and smaller teams. One person with good automation could fight, a 5-person faction that was all manual, which would be super dope. But I definitely, I don't know how big this map can get. Um, and I don't know, how many people could you get on a server. These servers seem pretty lightweight, but definitely the amount of information and stuff I have to download when I join the server does go up, but it's only like kilobytes of data that I'm downloading every time I access the server. So I don't know. I don't know exactly how that would scale, or how many people I might be able to have. I don't know. It's kind of crazy. It makes me want to join one of the public servers for the game, though, because there are public servers that people already have, like, up, and it's pretty cool. So many things. I'm getting a little bit of paralysis right now when it comes to like deciding exactly what I want to be working on. There's so much stuff, and it's really hard to work it out on my own. Um, so hopefully I can get some more people who want to team up for the Automation League so that we can bounce ideas off of each other and, really start drilling down on the behaviors. I'd be interested to see if we can look in the same library and look at the same behavior and like see what each other is doing inside of the behavior. That'd be pretty interesting to check because then you could really, really work closely together. Or do you maybe have to apply it each time? Because even that, I mean, just applying every time you change a node, I wonder how, if I was adding something and somebody else was adding something, how that would work. I don't know. I'm really interested to see exactly how working together might work in this game because it's a really good cooperative gameplay game. And that's another thing that I don't really feel like I see a lot, like in the Discord and stuff. It seems like everybody's pretty solo oriented, which is weird to me because this game is probably one of the most co-opable games I've ever seen. Like, it's crazy how co-opable this game is. And it doesn't seem like that's a huge thing over on the Discord. And that's kind of confusing. I don't know. But I'm digging it. What is some other stuff? We've got our engineers. What were our engineers doing? Oh, this is the one that was doing the mining. We're calling a subroutine. Oh, right. We had to change. So this subroutine, okay, and then it goes back and turns things in. So one of the things that we need to look at with our mining thing is we need to figure out how many resources we need specifically, and then we need to only bring that many resources back to our storage blocks. And so there's a couple of things that we need to look at. Number one, our storage block needs to not just figure out if it has space, it needs to figure out exactly how much space it has. And then it needs to send that information out as part of its call packet to get this packet right here as part of its call packet to get somebody to mine for it. But here's the issue. This call goes out to everybody, right? We're changing a faction variable here. So every miner within its area will try and fulfill that packet. And so it'll be hard if you have lots of different miners. It'll be fairly difficult to get them to just gather that much. You could maybe, instead of putting out a thing on everywhere, but you can't, it's really hard to directly talk to one other unit. Yeah, I don't know. That's definitely something that I have to figure out, though. Maybe the way we do it is we leave a buffer. Like, so instead of trying to fill up, maybe we do half. So if the storage is half, and that'll have to be the storage for the entire bus, right? So we have a bus, and maybe we've got like 8 storages attached to this bus. And so this primary control storage needs to know the state of everything on the bus. And then when it does, it can say, okay, the total capacity of this bus is, 1,000 ore. And then if it gets below 500, then we make a call out. And as soon as it gets back up above 500, then we stop. So that way we're not filling, and so that way we don't keep going. That's probably the way we'll have to do it. And then the buses will just increase in size. So we'll always try and keep at least half full. I think that's definitely the plan. For sure. So let's look a little bit at some of the control logic for this unit then. How are we going to figure out? So like if we copy this, right? So this is a bus, right? This set of units right here. And they're all going to have all of their locations locked here. And then I'm going to go ahead and put integrated transmitters in each of them. So let's look here and let's go get the portable transporters. So we're going to want 8 of these. We're probably going to have to go get some more resources. I imagine I don't have enough. Oh, yeah, it looks like we need a bunch of crystal. We're all out of crystal. You have... Oh, you're already got crystal. Let's go put your crystal right here. This guy's a worker. Where's my other engineer? It was right there next to that other one. That's comedy. Let's go ahead and put that there. And then this engineer will go eat that crystal. And then this engineer will go eat this crystal. And my little worker dudes, let's keep the worker from doing anything. Oh, he's just moving resources. Okay. Cool, cool. Yeah, so let's get all these built, and then let's figure out so we need to find a way for internal transporter. So we need to find a way for these things, specifically this control unit, to be able to keep track of the inventories of the rest of these units, so that it can feed everything down the line. And then this is the exit here. So the way this will work is this portable transmitter will transmit here. Oops. Let's see. So it says that it can do stuff within this range. How do I do that? Oh, right. The storage goes here. And now it automatically stores all of its stuff. And then this one automatically stores everything to that one. And then this one will automatically store down the next way. And that's just how it's going to work, right? All the way down. We need something making circuit boards. We probably need, what else needs to be made? We probably need this one making regular metal plates. I believe I need regular metal plates for circuit boards. I do. Nope. So that's nice of it to go pick those up. I want it to stay on the logistics network, though. I wonder if it even can. Whatever. It'll take a while, but we'll get this all set here. So how does this structure here loop through all of these? It can't be a range thing because, as you can see, this structure is closer than any of these two over here, or even this one. And so if I was running a loop, it would include this one. And that's not something we want. So how do we build an array with specifically the units that I want here? So that we can keep track of all of those resources. So now we need a transmitter here. We also need a transmitter here. And then this one will just store right here. And then this one will just store right here. And then this one is going to be the only one that takes resources in. And this one is going to be the only one that puts resources out. So the rest of these will actually be on, and you can actually control that right here. So you can request items. So this one will be able to request, but not supply. And then this one will be able to supply, but not request. And the reason for that, and then all of these will just straight up be off the network, right? None of these even matter because these are just additional storage attached to this one. And so I just need to now find a way that this one can know the collective inventory of all the rest of these. How do I do that? How do I do that? Let's go peek inside of the thing here. Let's see. Get closest unit of a certain type. Get first locked ID. Get inventory item. Get item info. Get unit info. What kind of info can I get about a unit? Durability, visibility, movement, internal socket, small socket. Okay, none of that. I could maybe loop through some signals, but I don't think I could dynamically set those signals up when new ones were made. So this is probably get space for item. No, that's a total amount. Never mind. Get unit at. We could give. So we could do some coordinate math here. And we could figure out, based on the orientation. So there's a couple things that I would need to check in order for that to work. So let's make sure we get all of this set up real quick. And then we're going to save. We actually don't even need a transmitter for this one because it's not ever transmitting. It's the final receiver. So that's interesting. But one of the things I want to do here is, so right now, I can just copy. Right, we could just hit C here, and now we've copied the blueprint for all 8 of these structures. And then we can go to the library, and we can paste item, and we can create a new multi-blueprint. And we're actually going to go ahead and put that in my work in progress here. And we're going to name it. We're going to name it storage bus. And so let's take a look. What could I do? Here we go. This is how we do this. No matter what. So the first one is this one, right? This is input. The rest of these are output. So could we add parameters? Could we add parameter? What is a blueprint parameter? See, I don't even understand how this works. Could I pull a reference? Hold on. let's learn about blueprint parameters. So blueprint parameter key 1, key 2, key 3. What does this mean? Let's go look it up. Desynced blueprint parameter. Okay. I can't really find anything here. Does anybody who's watching know anything about these blueprint parameters and how I might be able to read them? Like as part of a behavior, where do they go? Where are they exposed at? Oh, this is interesting. Okay. So are the blueprint parameters different? They are not. So it's a whole blueprint parameter. This might have something to do with the AI. So if we look in the behavior here, we've got some AI stuff. Hang on. Oh, I can't see it in this one because it doesn't have an AI controller. Hang on. Auto base, here we go. Build registered, equip component remotely, gather info, get registered, make carriers, make miners, make producer, make turrets, serve construction, unequip component. This isn't. Get number, here we go. Produce registered unit. So you can't build blueprints without the AI controller. You can only build individual buildings. So that's something we're going to also have to overcome, which is interesting. So I am going to need to find a way, but let's go in here real quick and let's add parameters. So we've got 8 parameters now on this one. And if we go into our storage bus blueprint, we now have 8 parameters exposed. So can I get a reference? I can. To every single one of these buildings as part of my blueprint. So this is great. As far as blueprinting a bus is concerned, I can now pull these references and I can now do whatever is possible with the inventory slots and stuff of all of these building locations for this primary, right? So this is the primary input, this is the primary output. I could even note that as part of the parameter name here. And now I can inspect the inventory slots of all of these buildings, which is good. What can't be done is I can't do this from without this blueprint, right? And I can't get my behaviors to build blueprints until they have AI controllers. So that's some difficult data to deal with. So how do I pick up these references before being able to set up blueprints? Because in here, there we go. In here, I can select straight up blueprints, right? And I can do a whole storage bus in here. Pick a coordinate. I can pick a rotation. So this is important. And this was something I was looking at, or I was going to look at earlier, is I want to be able to connect those to the storage bus right away because I don't necessarily always want them to orient in the same way. So we're going to have different rotations. We're going to have different coordinates. We've got all kinds of stuff. ID to register with. This is interesting. An ID to register. If working, where to continue if the unit started working. If failed, where to continue if the construction failed. And then I don't know what this input is. That's interesting. There's some really complex stuff that's going to be able to be done here. But unfortunately, I can't do that. Right, I can't build that blueprint until I get pretty far down this. I need AI controllers. So let's go up here. Let's find where the regular stuff is. Regular behavior controllers. Oh, where are you? Behavior controller, here we go. So the AI behavior controller is likely to be over here somewhere. IC chip. Oh, this is a resource. God, this game is gonna get so fucking complicated. Oh my god, I'm so screwed. I am all the way screwed. Okay, and then I can't even look at the next one because I don't have these unlocked. So the AI behavior controller comes way later. So I need to be able to make these without wait a minute. How do I even build stuff? Hold on. Because there's no build. Hold up. Is it even possible to automate the early game? Is there like a place construction? Place is a construction site for a specific building. Ooh, okay. Okay, so I can. I just can't register them. Okay, we're good. Coordinate, rotation. Don't know what that means. But we can select our, not just our building, but our whole blueprint here. So it just won't register. I don't know what the hell register means, but whatever, we're good. And then if the construction fails, we do something. If it succeeds, then we carry on. Cool. Yeah, so all we need is blueprints then that have these parameters, and then we just set these parameters up to be linked to these different structures, and then we can read from those structures. And we can say, let's see, show current values. Nice. So now something we need to look at is, as part of this, getting the inventory. Can we get the inventory? No, we can't get an inventory. Inventory total from a unit. So we can put, boom, this unit right here. And we can get the total value inside. And we can just add all these up. So we can know exactly how much we have. Can we loop inventory slots of a different unit? Yes, we can. Because we can go ahead and just put unit in right here. So if we need to, we can check all of the different slots there. And then I mean, since we're in control of these buses, as far as like how many, oh, we can probably count slots. So let's count slots of different items, can we? Or different units? Yes, we can. So we can count the slots of each one. We can check the total inventory of each unit. So we can get both of these numbers. So every single one of them is going to be locked to the same resource, right? So can we loop? Hang on. Yeah, so everyone will be locked to the same resource. So the first thing it does is it gets its item and it knows, okay, this is all mining. And then it counts the slots. And we're just going to loop it, right? We'll loop the number of slots or the number of buildings, and we'll count all the slots. And then we'll figure that out. And then we get max stack, and then we multiply, and we know exactly how much we can have. And then we take all the inventory totals from all the different units. We add those together. And then we compare those two values and look for a half value. And so if we have less than half of our total available, then we'll make this call. And if we have more than half, then we don't make this call. And we loop again, and we check our status. So super simple. This is actually totally doable. And because we can build the blueprints, that'll be really nice. I assume, although possibly not. I wonder where the limit is here. So, for example, this should be out of the visual range of this other one. Right? So this thing can't necessarily see this guy. But I can still add that reference there. So technically, this bus could control all of the storage of a certain type on your entire logistics network. I don't necessarily want that, and I don't know how you would necessarily set. I guess you would have to loop through and then check the locked. Okay. Yeah, so that's how you would do it. If you couldn't build the blueprints, you would check the locked resource and then just get all the ones that had the locked resource. But I want to keep these in buses just like this, because set up this way, these can feed into other units. Yeah. You could set these up to store, right? So if I build this and then I build like another little unit that does a certain type of resource or something next to it that's a totally different blueprint, then this could actually figure out what that building was and then go ahead and attach itself through storage or whatever to this building and then feed that building stuff. Yeah, so making some modular stuff is actually going to be pretty good. So let's see about doing some of this. So we've got all these references. And what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to loop all those parameters a couple of times. So we've got inventory item and we've got count slots. Count slots also needs to be a loop. Now, the reason that I'm going to go through the effort of looping every one and counting the slots every time is because I want flexibility. I want this same code to be able to be on tons of different stuff and always work. So we're going to loop. We're going to loop number. Is there a way to figure out how many parameters are on here? So we're always going to loop from 1 to however many parameters we have. Can I loop a component? Get from component? Because parameters are the registers of the behavior controller. Right, so these are the exposed registers, just like these are the exposed registers of the specific unit that you're looking at. these are the exposed registers of the behavior controller that you're working inside. So if it's an integrated, then it goes in the integrated component. And if it's one of the regular behavior controllers that you put on an internal slot, then it's exposed through that component. And so you should be able to set to component, get component, equip component, loop equipped components, loop unlocked components, as like component, get from component, set to component. How do I loop every parameter regardless of how many there are? Loop equipped components. No, this just gives you indexes. How do I know how many registers are in a component? Is it possible to just loop to infinity? Step is a +1. And then if equal to null, stop. That's probably what we'll have to do to get every component. Black, things are getting complicated. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? Okay, so then we compare register if this value is equal to null. So if different, we keep going. But if equal, we break out of the loop. Whoops. Okay, so we do all of this to all of these pieces. And then break just creates a done, right? So we can still do this done thing. And this is actually going to happen over here. Okay, so we count slots. We don't need to do this get max stack thing. This actually can probably get moved over here. This is different. This is equal. Get inventory item. Get max stack. Okay. So we're getting our own inventory item. We're getting the max stack of that. And now we know, boom. And then we're counting slots. And then we're no longer multiply. We will multiply, but we're not multiplying here. In fact, multiplying will probably happen on its own after we're done with this loop. Because when we're done, we're going to multiply max stack, which is right here, to a variable that we're going to add right now. So we've got count slots. So we've got count slots as C. Then we're going to add. We're going to add our counted slots here. So we add C to a variable. Or do we add C to a variable? Nope. Actually, I guess we're adding C to whatever this is. Yeah. So we're adding C to this. I don't know if that's going to work the first time. Let's hope. So we add C to this variable, and then we kick out the result. We're going to be saving that. Okay, because it's looping. That's fine. So I is going to increase by however many storage slots we have. And then eventually that'll give us a multiplier. Right? So we multiply the total number of slots by the maximum possible. And that gives us our maximum possible thing here. And then we want to divide that by 2. So we divide the result by 2, right? Divides the value in num from the value in from. Okay. So this is our end number. I'm really going to have to go back and clean this up and name all these. Okay, then we get our inventory total. This whole compare is actually not having to stay here. This is all going to go down here. So we're getting our inventory total. Oh. Okay. Hang on. This isn't looping the parameters. Fuck knuckles. Oh, God. Okay. So we're looping. We're getting a value. But that value isn't the value in the parameter. we need to get from component we also need to add number. Oh, set number. There we go. So we need to set to the integrated behavior controller the value f, and then get out a reference, and then from that component at that index. Oh, we can just use this. Okay, never mind. Don't have to set number. So from component internal at index this, we get a value. And that value is what we're comparing. It's where we're counting our slots. And it's also where we're getting our inventory total, which we are then adding. And we are adding to the result. So we are getting our inventory total. We're adding it to this result. And then we're looping. And then when it's all done, we're going to compare the result to this result. If it's smaller, we get stuff. If it's larger, we don't do anything. Okay. That should be it. What a clusterfuck. But I think we're good. And that'll just work with our other stuff. So let's see. This is our map. We also had an engineer that we were working with. Where is the engineer we were working with? I believe is this one. Let's go ahead and drop all these crystals off from this engineer guy. So this should now be able to request all of those resources. So the engineer needs to be playing, and then the map needs to be playing, and then this guy needs to go. And let's see if that'll kick us off here. It's possible we never went back and deleted our faction registers. So let's actually go ahead and pause all this real quick. Go back into our registers here. Delete all these values. That's just the scout there. Okay. Then the engineer turns on. Then that guy turns on. Then that guy turns on. And let's go see. Hey. Boom shakalaka. I didn't fucking break it. So here's the problem. Is this guy's only gonna mine and turn this stuff in one time? Because the faction register never resets. So it's not gonna change again when I make the request. So something that does need to happen is we need to set it up so that even if this is asking for the same resource, it's asking with a different It's asking with a different icon. So I think probably the best thing to do is going to be to go in here and add yeah, so this is the self-reference, and then this is the request. This doesn't need to be in here. So this is the request right here. So what we might need to do is append like a random value, like a random number between, say, 0 and 9. So that periodically it's going to spit out, let's do 1, between 1 and 9. And then we need to set a number. So we need to take the value that we're always going to be looking for, which is the type of resource. We need to add this result right here. And then this is actually the request we make. Oh, that won't work. Because this other ID thing will have to remove the number or set the number to 0 on the map. But we can probably do that. Let's turn this off and then apply. And then let's go over to our map here. In our map, how are you doing? You're not dropping off your resource. Okay, we'll look into that. So the map is going to pull in this radio event, and then it's going to get the value of the person. Okay, well, this is going to end up changing, well, not too much. Okay, so we need to set number again. We need to use this value. We need to set the number to 0, get ourselves a new variable, and that's actually the memory that we loop. And that should be good. Perfect. And then if we turn this on again, it should start triggering the behaviors multiple times because it's actively changing. Yeah. So it's now actively changing that request that it's making. And so when it gives out that request again with a different number, that means this faction register is actually different. And so it's going through and it's doing all the logic again. Now, I don't know why the drop off here didn't work. Oh, yes, I do. Oh, right. This was a problem we had. Because this stops. And then it gets stuck back here. Because it's not dropping off. That's right. We have a lot of work to do on this miner. But we are in a position now where we are consistently updating whether or not we need a resource. So, which is good because we don't want this worker, we don't want this gatherer to loop bringing resources over and over again. We wanted to go get one set of resources, bring it back to the storage, and then wait to be told where to go again. And then if it gets told to go get the same resource, great. But it might get told to go get a different resource for a different bus. But we don't ever want to fill the bus up, right? We always want to have about twice as much storage as we need. And the reason we want that is because then we can have room for overflow, right? So if we use up all of our resources down to just 499, and then we send, 10 units to go get 40 resources apiece, then we're going to end up with another 400, which means we're going to have 900, right? 899 resources, which is great. And then we just work our way back down. But then if something happens for some reason and we use up like 300 resources, so we're at like 501 and we eat 300 and then we're down to 201, we can send them back out again. And maybe we only send like 4, and so we don't necessarily get all the way back up to 500. Then it says, okay, go again. So it's much more flexible when we're doing it that way. So this seems to mostly be working. So the thing we really have to figure out now is, because I'm calling subroutines that are ending when they drop something off, it's skipping over that process and just ending. And I don't really understand why. So let's take a look. Let's get in here. So we're looping, looking for more, right? Check, can fit, get more, can fit, get more, can fit, get more. This loop is working great right here, right? Because we're doing a lot to get resources. And that was working. The thing that stops working is when we get our destination. To drop things off at, we just immediately turn off the behavior. And that seems to stop this. So we need to somehow hold right here. I don't want to do a wait because I don't know how long request wait. I wish there was a drop-off wait. We tried to do is moving. That didn't really work. Get active order gets the source, target, and amount data from the current active order. No. What are we looking for here? We could maybe put a wait in here. Maybe this is the answer. We put a 1-tick wait. And then we check, is moving. If moving, wait. If not moving, restart. Now this doesn't generate any path blocked logic, and I'll need to add that in. And then no result, maybe also continue to wait. So let's go ahead. And actually, we're not even going to empty this because I think I fixed this problem, right? So let's go ahead and let's start them all up. And let's see if we trigger this guy, because we're going to give weird things. And then this guy should trigger this dude regardless. And then he should find out, oh shit, I don't have enough resources or any space. And he should go home. But he's just waiting. He's not getting any information. This guy's going through his whole thing. Let's try putting away our resources. Maybe there's still something wrong there. Okay, so it did send us. We did go start picking up some shit. So that's interesting. So somehow being empty. Okay. So we're not in this loop anymore. We already went through this. Okay, so our drop-off location is currently empty. That probably has to do with me not feeding in the right settings. Oh no, it's because this is okay. Yeah, so I'm feeding in the settings, but then it resets because it won't save because this is a called behavior. So these don't preserve. So I'm not in it, so it's not active. And if I look at these, I know, okay, my drop-off location is here. So we are making sense here. Interesting. But then I'm still not going to go drop off my resources. I may need to take this stuff out of here. So let's go look at this. So maybe I don't want to set. Is there a way to go get this resource without setting it as the target here? Because I don't want to come back after I drop off. I feel like I could just set this. Actually, I guess it would need to be these right here. And then we go back out. We'll take this off. And so as soon as we get our instructions that say, hey, go get this item, we just set it. Boom, done. And then instead, we go back to this program start over here. And then the value we're setting is the resource we want to go get. Boom, boom. Now I have this drop-off location, though. And while I definitely want this in here, I don't know how it's going to interact with the program start. But let's go in here and let's check. Let's see. We want get from component, check for space, drop off items. Right? So we want all of those things. We want to go out. We want to just put those right in here. We're getting from component what we're mining. And then we're checking for space for that resource. And then I'm going to move this up here and see if even if we break out of this, so we don't want to, we want to keep variables across restarts. So that way this value is the same as this. Now at some point we're going to have to reset that value, and that's actually going to be after the drop off, I think. So after the drop off, we need to reset. We need to set component. We need to set the miner component, number 1, to a null value, so it stops mining. And then we need to copy a null value to that variable. So now it's going to check all this null information, and it's going to have nowhere to drop off, and it's going to have none of that other stuff. Okay. Let's find out. Doesn't look like it. We're going through here. Let's look at the values. Okay, so because we set this value to null, we might be able to get away with not setting that value to null. Maybe we need to set this to nothing. Nope. Oh, and then our destination is still null. So I probably need to restart the whole chain here, because it doesn't appear to be pulling in. It's never going down to this radio here, which means it's never getting the call from this guy, despite the fact that it seems to be sending it out. It should be interrupting whenever it sees that, and it doesn't seem to be, which is weird. Okay. Well, let's just try manually dropping this off real quick. And then it goes right back to mining. So it did get that data. The drop-off location is Oh. Wait a minute. Okay, so the drop-off location is right. And it is going to be. So this should be copied in here. So drop-off destination is just never registering. Because it's not going into my target variable. This is working just fine. And this is working. We're checking space. Are we mining? We're still mining. We still have space. We still know. So the problem is that for some reason, when I go to copy this value, I'm getting nothing. But when I look in my faction registers, that value exists. So why isn't that value going into this target? Because I can see it, right? We know, boom, this value, it's here. Why is it not going into our target? And why is that preventing us That is strange. Why won't we pick up our target? And why, now that we're full, it's weird to me that we're not still getting our radio events that are telling us, hey, I need resources. We're still not stepping through that, which I feel like we should be. Why isn't my destination value working? It should be a one-time read, right? Keep variables across restart. So we should have that. Why is your destination broken? That is very strange. Okay, well, we made some good progress. We still appear to be doing a good job of looking for lots of resources here. This functionality seems to still work. Until we get the delivery fixed, we're not going to be able to really put it to the test and see if halfway filling this up stops the request. I think it probably will. Most of this functionality seems accurate. This is still making the request of the engineer, which is great. So we're all set there, even though we're using a consistently different register, right? It keeps sending this, and then we just keep resetting it to 0, and then using that as our ID for our array. It's one more step, but that's not too bad to be able to continue to send this sort of persistently. That's nice. So we just need to find a way to get this engineer to actually deliver the resources. I wonder if maybe I should copy it to a parameter and then pull it from a parameter instead. I don't think that that should be a problem, but it might be. But I'm going to go grab something to eat real quick. I'm a little hungry. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Gonna get this food inside of me while I think about this problem. In fact, I think I'm gonna try just getting rid of these registers and then resetting the whole thing just one time, just to see if it'll work. It is going back to that. Okay, now we don't have anything. Okay. So now let's go into our faction registers and let's just delete all of our stuff here. And then we're going to go right back in here. So we're going to hit play. And we're going to hit play. And we're going to hit play. And let's just see. In just a moment, this engineer should go get their resource. Okay, now the value is written properly. Okay. For some reason now, this is stuck at the can't fit and deposit stage. That's a little weird. It's got its destination still. Oh, that seems cool. We're pulling check space for item. Oh, you know what I might need to do? Is I might need to set this value to 0. Or to like 1. And then we might be checking space for the value of the whole item. Because right now it looks like we're checking to see if we have space for 18,900 of these. And then it's saying no. And then it's trying to drop off, but it's in the middle of mining. So it's like not dropping off. I stole this drop off logic from up here, I think. Oh, did we just do it? I think we just did it. Did we go drop off and go back? We did. Ooh. I also figured out why this little duder isn't getting all of those calls again over and over. And it's because the mapper is not sending out like a random call. So I am going to need to find a way to send out, I'm going to do the same thing to send out random calls from the mapper. But then I also need to find a way that if this dude is in the middle of fulfilling a request for some sort of resource, I need to not get this dude to like be jumping between different objectives. So it needs to complete whatever it's doing before it can listen in again. Which can probably be done. So as things stand right now, this drop off, we're also not changing this value at all right now. We keep going back and mining. Maybe we need to set this one value here to null. Let's try that. Hopefully that'll work. Let's make sure we didn't brick our delivery. Yeah, we bricked our destination here. That's too bad. That's interesting. When the destination value is blank, it keeps going through everything. When the destination value is full, it stops. That doesn't really make any sense to me. Oh, it's because it is full. Okay. Never mind. I get it. We're going to stop that. Stop that. Nope. You stop with the resources. Okay. And we're going to stop this guy. And we're going to do this again. So the whole thing here is that the next thing that needs to happen is when this guy delivers his resources, which it seems like he's just going to do. Then as soon as that delivery happens, he needs to stop gathering materials, which means that this miner needs to be done. And then on top of that, when we pull a value here, when we listen to this radio event, we need to also change we need to like turn this radio off once we get a request and once we know that we're going to fulfill it. We need to turn this off inside of this. The best way to do that is probably to make a parameter, except it doesn't look like. Interesting. So I can't set this to a parameter. Now, if I was using a receiver component, then I could do that. But then I couldn't do all this logic in here. So how do I turn this off? I know. We're going to do a comparison. So we're always going to pull this value in. And then we're going to get the value of the miner. And then if the miner has, right, if miner component 2 has a value that is not null, then we'll know that it's already operating, and then it just finishes. And if it doesn't have a value, right, if it is null, then we'll continue on and we'll go mine whatever resource. Okay, sorry, I just needed to finish up my food there real quick, but I'm all good now. So now we move this right over here. And then we get from component. It doesn't need to be remotely though. It just needs to be get from component. There it is. So we get from our miner here. And eventually we'll have to change this logic to find out if it has a miner attached. I know some people are having trouble with some of that logic. It's been something that's been brought up a couple of times in the Discord. So we'll see if we can't find a solution for that. But then we're going to get the value there. If we have a value there, we're going to compare the registers. We're going to compare this value to nothing. If it's equal, then we go do all the things. So if the value in this register is 0, then we go mine. If it is not 0, then we're already mining, go back to the loop. And then we do this check to see if we need to deliver. And then we're good. Okay. And then over here, So this one's a little more difficult because this has coordinates. So we can't really change the output that this is giving when it tries to send this guy to go get a certain resource. Hey, what's up, Cav? Welcome, welcome. Glad to see you in the live. How are you? So how do I... What are we working on? Doing all right? Just got home from work. Nice. Yeah, so we're working on some of our mining logic. I'm working on trying to set up some storage buses that this is the primary input and this is the primary output. And then they just trigger these portable transporters and move everything through the bus. And so what this guy's doing is he's got references to all of the other pieces on his bus, and he's tracking how many resources they have. And if this whole bus is less than half full, then he makes a call out to my map, which is this guy right here, that's keeping an array reference to all of my resources with more than 10,000 in a node. And so this map gets that call that says, hey, I need some minerals. And then he looks through his map and finds the closest large mineral deposit to the location of that storage. And then he kicks that out on a faction register. And the engineers pick it up and say, oh, am I close? Cool, I'm going to go mine. And then they deliver to that storage. And so it's agnostic in that it doesn't require a different program for different resources. So this one engineer will be able to service all of the buses that exist inside his little area of responsibility for all the different kinds of resources. The thing that I'm having a little trouble with right now is that I want to make sure that the engineer comes, does the mining, delivers the resources, and then waits for another answer. I don't want him to fill up the storage all the way, because once the storage fills up, then he'll fill up. And if he fills up and the storage is full, then he just kind of sits there. So the reason we're only going to halfway on the bus is to make sure that we're only calling for resources if we have tons of empty space, so that we don't ever fill this thing all the way up and get our bots stuck. But it's been like 3 days that we've been working on this. But we're getting there. It's working, sort of. Heck yeah, I've been trying to learn all this. I want to participate in the league, but I'm not well enough versed with this sort of programming. I took like 3 weeks of HTML in high school. Nice. Yeah, so I took one JavaScripting course in college 20 years ago. And other than that, everything I know about programming is self-taught. But honestly, as soon as you understand the variables at work and where you can store variables, and how you can access them and how you can expose them and those things, everything else is just kind of guess and check, right? Like you can just be like, oh, I wonder what this fucking does, and just put it in here and see. So as long as you understand how the data is stored and manipulated, then you're pretty good to go. But I'm glad that you're excited about the league. I'm also excited. I'm more than happy for you to participate on your own or create your own team. In fact, that would be great. But if you would like, you are welcome to come and join my Discord or my team and work on this. It's me. There's another person who joined. I haven't seen him around. He might not be on the same time schedule as me. But this is a dedicated server that I'm hosting specifically for my automation team. So anybody who wants to join my team is welcome. And so I'm on the official Desynced Discord. You should be able to friend me. My Discord name is the same as my YouTube. And if you want to go ahead and join the team, then I can invite you to the team Discord and give you the login info for this server that I'm hosting. Or you can stay independent. No pressure. Just want to leave it out there. It'll be nice to have people to compete against as well as with. But I'm having some issues. So the problem that I'm facing right now is the way, and trying to like deep dive into getting some sort of recon behavior set up. Somewhat struggling. So for like recon behaviors and stuff, that's actually a really common one to program. It's one of the first things that I think most people have been programming. So I would go to the official Discord. They have a place where they're sharing behaviors. And I'm not suggesting necessarily that you just copy paste and just use whatever they've got, but that's a really good jumping off point. So if there are little things that you want to tweak about it, there's no point in reinventing the wheel from the ground up, right? You might as well just get a wheel and then do some stuff to it to make it suit your purpose. And then also you have these helps over here. So these are also full programs that you might be able to use as sort of a jumping off point. for some of your stuff. The programs actually seem to end up being much more simple. This one's not. This minor status updater is a fucking monster. I actually think I probably need some of this though. I should probably look at this one. But yeah, now this has been a trip. I've been enjoying this so much. Yeah, I never did either. Somebody beat who is like the lead dev, I think. His Discord name is Beat Who. I think is the lead dev for the game. Um, and he's the one who told me that I could go in here and actually click these. But I had no freaking idea. It's because I think these don't change color really profoundly when you hover them. And so I didn't even notice that they were clickables. But yeah, I played the game a bunch without the behaviors. Love personally playing on Swarm at 400% difficulty. So I haven't actually played any of that stuff. I think Swarm is going to be a great place to test combat logic. And so once I get there, I'm really excited to maybe start doing some of that. There's some cool modes in this game. And I think automating those modes, right? It doesn't just have to be about PvP. It can be about, how long can you last in the swarm? It can be about, doing the nomad. It can be all kinds of different stuff. So, yeah, there's another good one. You can change it mid playthrough. So you could have like, you get 20 minutes or whatever to prep, and then the swarm starts, and then last person standing wins. I think it'd be really cool to PvP inside of a swarm. So you get the swarm logic. So you're getting raided all the time at your base and having these resource sucks happen to your base. And then you've also got, other people building. So do you just build up massive defenses and survive the swarms and try and outlast everybody that way? Or do you build up attack groups and then go out and like look for other people and try and kill them like with the swarm and try and take people out that way, but then you have less defenses, so you might get taken out. So that seems really interesting. I mean, this game is so good, like such a diamond, not even in the rough, but just hidden, and it's just a hidden gem, and I'm just loving it. Just absolutely loving it. I hope more people start playing and being active in the Discord. The Discord's a really fun spot. I don't normally like to get in and talk to a lot of people when I'm not on stream. Because I'm kind of antisocial. But I really like being in that Discord and chatting with folks. Yeah, so the problem that I'm having is when I send my information out to my faction register. Hold on. Here we are. So this is the information that I'm sending to my faction register. And this information is the location. So this is my array, and this stores the location of every resource node that my scout has come across that has greater than 10,000 resources. And so then I pick the one through this logic that is the type that was requested and that is the closest to the storage by coordinate. And then I send that out to all of my gatherers. And then my gatherers will check their own distances to this resource and say, okay, I'm close enough. I'm going to go get it. And I'm going to go deliver it. And then there is also a reference in my faction to the building that's making the request. And that becomes the deposit building for the engineers, the gatherers. So what I want to do is I want to stop my gatherers from gathering each time they drop off so that they're not just going until something is full. But if I do that, then I need to be able to reinitiate them if the storage still needs more resources. The reason I can't do that is because the radar event or the radio event only triggers when the radio changes. And so, because this will continue to send out the same location, it's not changing the radio signal. So the event on the engineer isn't continuing to change. And so, yeah. So I want to send this signal, but I want it to change. But because it's already got a number value, I can't just like add a number to it. Unless maybe it can have a number and a coordinate value, but I don't think it can. I could maybe do that. Honestly, but here's the problem. So if I clear it, that also changes it. So a clear is a change, and then my engineers will try to gather nothing. But maybe I can work with that. Honestly, I could probably just throw a weight. Let's just try that. Let's just throw a weight on here. It'll wait a couple of ticks. Doesn't even need to be a lot. 5 ticks is 1 second. That's good enough. And then it'll copy a blank value to the same resource. And then be done. So let's try that, but then let's look over here. So what we need to do here is, okay. So now we need to check. We're going to do another compare. And this is a really simple compare. This is a compare of what comes in on this signal. So if the signal that we get is a null signal, then we're done. And if it's different, meaning it's actually sending us somewhere, then we follow. And then if we're already doing something, then we just finish. And if we're not already doing something, then we follow through. I think that's good. I think that'll work. So let's go back into our faction registers. We've already got everything cleared. Good. We'll turn this guy on. We'll turn this guy on. And we'll turn this guy on. And now our faction registers are going to go through their little dance. And they're going to get populated. Our little dude's going to start mining. Nice. And it doesn't look like he's getting interrupted in his mining. Okay, yeah, we're picking up new signals. It'll trigger here again in a second, probably. Well, it just had. There it goes. So yeah, it triggered some more, but it was stopping here. So the storage is still requesting the resource, and then this thing is getting that request from my map, but it's getting to here, realizing it's already doing something, and then bouncing back up to check to see if it needs to go drop off the items. So yeah, that's perfect. And it's just continuing to mine. That's working great. Thank you. This is what I'm talking about, though, is this game is such a cooperative experience because I can't possibly think of all those possibilities, right? So I need somebody else to bounce ideas off of. So having just even somebody in the chat here is so massive. And then we're going to go deliver. Nice. We drop those resources off. Now we're going back to go get the resources, and that's happening automatically because I'm having trouble clearing this information right here. Because I want it to stop every time it finishes mining and delivering and wait for another instruction. But it's not doing that right now. And we're setting the component to a null value. But it's not working. And I don't know why. What options are there for setting the component to? Ooh, that's interesting. I guess I could just set it to a random value. I could set it to a parameter that's a null value. I could just set it to a 1. What if we just set it to a 1? Let's try that. There's tons of stuff to possibly put it to though. You can set it to any component value, it seems like. And then of course you've got all of your faction registers and stuff. Oh, now it's been set to that 1 value. Hang on. Oh, now it's just like going through here. Is my destination broken? My destination broke. Oh no. How did that happen? Oh, it happened because I changed it in the middle of it running. Yes. Yeah, you can rename your parameters. You can rename your internal variables. You can rename everything. I'm a piece of shit. And I didn't do that. And so life is a little rough. Okay, now let's play this. Will we pick up our... No. Okay, hang on. Stop this. Kill that. Turn that in. Now start you up again. Can I get my delivery spot back? Yeah, we got our delivery spot back. Sweet. So I don't have to reset the whole thing. You should see some of my other things. I've got like all the way through K or L on some of them with variables, and none of my variables have names. It is just piss poor programming. I'm so bad. But that's okay. I'll go in and fix it. Get it refactored. Instead of setting your component, what about clear link node? Well, so it's not linked to anything. Clear link would be like if I was connected here, and then I could clear that connection. I think maybe this one will work. We're just gonna have to like sit and watch it and see what happens here. We'll have to be really, really intent on it to see. Yeah, no, it didn't reset here. I wonder if there's like a clear link, clear all links, clear research. Nope. Ooh, what about copy? Can I copy? This might be better than set component. Can I copy a null value? No. Oh, I fucked it up again. Actually, I don't want to change anything. Maybe that didn't fuck it up. Nope, we're good. Can you set the parameter to something like a unit itself? Set component. Maybe we could just set it to the destination. What if we did that? Let's try it. It would try and mine that destination. Then we need to stop this. We need to go ahead and put this away. Stop the mining, and then turn it on again. And then it should start mining again. There it goes. Okay. We'll wait for it to fill up, and then we'll see if maybe that'll do it. Yeah, because as soon as we get it to turn off, every time it drops off, then this whole thing is actually done. And then we can start thinking about building more buses and stuff like that for all the different types of resources. And then this one miner could literally service this entire base. Now, obviously, it would be slow, and so you wouldn't be manufacturing at a very high rate. But then that's just a question of balancing how many miners you have. I wonder if I can set link to the global variable from the unit's go to the component, to the faction variable. You can't set a link, but you can copy the value to the faction variable. Okay, it drops off, and then it just goes right back to mining. Damn. That does clear it? Oh, linking to the visual. That's an interesting idea. Okay. Let's try that then. So instead of going set component, we'll set a link to something that is clear. Set link. But then we need to also clear the link. So we'll set a link from our visual to our minor step 1. And then we'll clear. We'll just clear all links because I've only got the one right now. And that'll be fine. Okay, that should work. So then we're going to turn this off. We're going to kill this. And then we'll hit the play. We should be good. We'll pick up our orders again, and then we'll start mining. And then we always get stuck right here at the drop-off items. So this whole link won't clear until we actually drop our items off. Because it sits and waits. Good call. Well, that was interesting. It only filled up 1 before it went and turned in. That's strange. I mean, I suppose it's fine, but well, that's kind of what's in there. It's checking to see if it has room. So if it can't fit any more resources, it's supposed to drop off. And if it can, it's supposed to just reset and go back. I think there's something wrong with this logic right here. I think it's not checking properly because the value it's looking at is 18,000 of the resource. And so that's not correct. This time it's going to fill all the way up. Must have just been some weird glitch thing that happened last time. Yeah, little progress at a time. Especially when you're working with extremely flexible. I don't think it said it there. Of course, I didn't see the... I think maybe I know why. I was trying to set from here to here. Let's actually set from our miner to our visual, because that's actually the way you said it. No, because we don't want our miner. No, that's backwards. This one? Oh, okay. Got it, got it. That makes sense, actually. That makes way more sense. So from the go-to to the miner. Okay. Then we save that. Then we shut this bad boy down. Then we deliver these resources. And then, hey. Then we hit play. Okay. This is going to be the one, I believe. I believe in a thing called love. Yeah, you're right. It's a go-to and a go-to. That makes absolute sense. You are 100% correct. $100. Something that is interesting about behaviors that you might also find interesting. You can change the names, but you can also change the icon of behaviors. And when you look in the library, this right here can be a different icon, which is super cool. I just found that out yesterday. Oh, nice. That's right. I forgot that you watched the vid and commented, which I super appreciate, by the way. Thank you. All right, drop it off. Doesn't look like it cleared it. It doesn't seem to be setting the link, which seems to be the problem. I had a little bit of an issue with that previously. We just need to figure out how to get the link put on there. Because, I mean, this is it, right? This is the go-to register, and this is the right register here. It's the first one. So that should be working. It's possible that we're just hitting it right at the time. Or it's possible we need a little wait in there. It might just be creating and clearing too quickly. So we could probably like throw a 2-tick wait in there and see if that'll work. And then we reset this bad boy. I don't like adding weights because they can throw off timing of things. But in this situation, I think it's fine. As long as I'm using weights for internal stuff and not external timing, then it should be fine. You definitely don't want to be using wait commands for external timing, though, because as soon as those timings start to get off, things will start to get real wonky. And we don't want wonky. We're getting pretty close to our point here where, oops, shit. We're getting pretty close to our point here where we're going to have more than half of our resources. So hopefully this storage will stop sending out its requests, which will be really cool. Yeah, I wasn't quite looking at it right. I'm just going to wait again and actually keep my selector on it so that I can actually see. I feel like it's skipping the entire thing, treating the drop-off resource as the reset point. It might be doing that. I could have sworn I watched it go through here earlier, but we can watch. I love how it's trying to pick up new info. Did what say can't set link? Oh. I mean, it just went through it. I didn't see anything say can't set link, but I wasn't really looking for it. Okay. Oh, continue to wait ticks. Got it. Let's go back out and watch again. We're almost full. It definitely went through those steps. So it looks like it tried at least. So either the logic to set the link is wrong or something else. So we're going to deliver, and then we should set a link. We did not. How do I get it to stop mining? Copy isn't working, set link isn't working. Mine. Okay. Mine a blank resource. How about that? Mine a blank resource. Oh. Hey, I think that's going to be the one. Yeah. So it just got to that, right? Because it lost its behavior for its drop-off location. So it went through the deposit node to the mine nothing, and then it triggered the nothing. And then it picked up its deposit location again because it got the request again. So it definitely worked. But we're going to get to actually see it this time, which is dope. We'll almost fill up on this one. Boom, it went to nothing. And now we should pick up a new request. Boom, new request. Perfect. Fuck yeah. Okay. Oh, but now it's not mining again. What are you doing? Oh, everything broke. It's not quite. It's still getting the requests, which means the requests are still being sent. The problem is it's moving through the drop-off items. Let's make sure that the requests are still getting sent here. We'll see if it steps through this section right here. Yeah, okay, it's still sending requests. So why is all of this breaking? So if we look at our values, we've got our mining value and we've got our drop-off location. So what's confusing me is why it's suddenly deciding. Also, we don't need that. So what's confusing me is why it's suddenly deciding to push through that node. So what we need to do is we need to fix this logic, I think. Because we're getting... let's actually try taking this from register 1 and then saving. And then seeing if... Because what should be happening is we should never be pushing to drop off. Yeah. Now we're repeating back and forth. What's up, Grizz? So now we can mine. So we're checking the proper value now. I was just checking the wrong value before. Because I was checking the mineral deposit, not the mineral type. And then as soon as it fills up, it should go to its drop off and it should cancel this. Hopefully it'll stop at drop off long enough to actually go drop the items off. So that's something we actually want to look at is, does it turn this off while it's on its way up here? Or does it turn this off after it drops off? Because that'll be important. Okay, it drops off after it drops off. Perfect. That is working pristine. How you doing, Grizz? This game is fucking complicated. But that's because I'm playing through programming, right? I could just go over here and get this other engineer, or this other worker. Where's my other engineer? There he is. And I can just click on him. And then I can tell him, go store your resources right here. And that's no problem. And so I can just play this game totally manually if I want to. So now we're above halfway on our resources here. Hey, Fusion, welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. Thanks for the sub over on YouTube. So the next thing we're going to have to look at is whether or not it's actually figuring out that there's only half the resources. Because it shouldn't still be sending out the request. So we should... No, it is still sending out the request. Also, I don't think... Yeah, no, I know what that is for. Never mind. Yeah, it shouldn't still be sending out that request. So I'll have to fix that as well. Good. Been playing RS3, doing some hard mode Arch Glacier. Nice. Arch Glacier is so much fun. I fucking love that, dude. So much fun. Yeah, we're definitely still picking up resources. So here is the one that I made that is a literal clusterfuck. There are so many variables, and I did a bunch of math in here. Rock killed my last hardcore Iron Man, so I've been the slow grind, taking a break for a while. Oh no, not Rock. I do love me some Barrows Brothers, though. Oh, there's too much math in this. I don't really think I want to deal with this right now. Yeah. Yeah, you can get really unlucky if you don't quite kill him and you get him way down, and then you just take a big ol' smack right in the face. It's awful. Absolutely awful. I can't believe we got this going. I'm so happy. We are going to turn this one off because we don't want to be doing any more requests because we're halfway full here. So I do need to get in here and do a better job of the math that's going to keep us from overfilling this. While I was doing it earlier, I wasn't super focused on it. So I think I was just messing up. But this is great. Now we're all zeroed out here. So if something else was to make a call for some resources, then this engineer could just boop, go get them. So it seems like everything's working pretty good. This has been a huge project to get going. And the last thing we need is just for this storage to count itself properly. And once it does that, we're gravy. Have you tried to have two requests at the same time to see how the engineer handles it? Well, so we were just doing that, Cav, because while the engineer was mining this thing was still sending out requests. And so it was still picking up the request. And then it was disregarding it because it already had a request. So it definitely worked. The biggest issue I think is going to happen is when we have too many things trying to make requests to the map. So eventually, one of the things we're going to have to do is we're going to have to store the requests in an array on my map and then step through the array. Yeah, it was a request for the same resource. Absolutely. It is possible that something will get jacked up with it, but I think it's okay. I mean, I guess we could check it. We could do, let's see, request resource. We could just change this right here to request resource. Oh, it already is. Okay, cool. So let's, I guess we turn that on. We turn that on. We see what happens. Goes to mine. Is this guy sending out requests? Yeah, he's definitely sending out requests and getting answers back. We can go check that. Let's go look in our faction registers. So we've got our metal, and then it clears. Oh, that's because this is sending... This is hard-coded. Because I am dumb. Oh, now it's going to send that on both of them. Shit. Well, it is coming from 2 different places. And it is still working. It's still doing its mining. But yeah, it's not doing 2 different resources right now. Because I don't have logic to pick what resource to do. So I'm going to need to do that. Based on the resource that's in here. The problem is the icon for the resource that's in here. Oh, now we're all fucked up. There we go. Yeah, because it couldn't deliver to this one, because this one's reserved. I imagine that's what was fucking it up. But, so the icon that is for the resource is different than the icon that is for the mining node. Because this is the mining node icon, and then this is the actual resource icon. So I need to find a way to sort of translate the icon for the resource into the icon for the node. So that when I send a request, I send the icon for the node. Because that's how the array is structured. Because it pulls from my scout when the scout sees the actual icon for the node. So there needs to be a translation layer in there that says, based on the mineral you're requiring, what icon should I send out? And then we'll be all the way good. I wonder if you can read it, have something right over it with the new icon based on what icon it receives. Yeah, I mean, so the logic can go in 2 different places. Either I can translate inside of this to translate it from the mineral icon to the node icon, or I can translate it in here and I can take in the mineral icon from there, and then I can translate that into the deposit icon that I use here. It doesn't really matter where you do that translation. I think I'd rather do the translation here on the storage, because the map is already going to be doing a lot of work with all of the lookups for all the different resource locations. So we want to make sure that we're reducing its load as much as possible, probably. In fact, probably what I should do is when this makes a request for a resource, What I'm currently doing is finding the resource nearest to this storage from the map and then sending that data here. What I should probably do is just send the whole array, but that's a little more complicated because you have to send each piece of the array independently. And that would just take up a lot. So now we'll leave it as is. We'll find the best resource and then send it out. So this guy's like my dispatcher, basically. I use a separate worker unit. So the scout technically could hold my map, but inevitably the scout's going to get killed because that's kind of the nature of scouting. So I want to use a unit or a building. Probably I should be using a building, and I should probably just fortify the shit out of it. Tons of like shields and all kinds of stuff. Because if I ever lose this unit, or if I lose my map building, or wherever my map is, if I lose it, then I lose all of my map data, which would be awful. We definitely don't want that. But I don't think the command center is really the right place for that. I don't know. But it's looking good. We'll get a little more of our logic fixed up. And we'll get this working a little better. There's a 2x2 laser with 2 M slots. I feel like that would be, a 2x2 later, not laser. I feel like that would be amazing for that. So you can, absolutely. So this is a really cool thing about the behavior controllers, is the array is actually stored right on here. So I can actually move this to a different unit and keep the array. So that's totally a viable option, is we find a good structure when we've got 1x1s. And then, we build up some shields and stuff on it. And as we progress, we keep getting a better and better and better building to be our map. That's absolutely viable. 100%. Tell you what, though, this game hurts my fucking brain. I am so tired right now. There's a 2x1 has 4 integrated slots. Nice. Hell yeah. Those integrated slots are real good. But we can set it up super nice where it's not just whether or not it has um the integrated slots and stuff like that for itself, but we could put stuff. So we did some testing the other day. We were talking in the Discord, and shields, the integrated shields, recharge while they're in an inventory slot. And so you can hot swap them and get your shields back. So you could have a whole network of structures like this around the outside of your map thing. And you could be hot swapping shields all over the place and waiting for things to recharge. And you could have, AoE healers and like all kinds of shit. Like you could just pack the shit out of it because that map data is crazy how important it is. I was doing tests today with another faction, and your array is persistent. So there's this really interesting thing, an interesting problem I was running into, where I was looking at, fixing some of this stuff up and trying to figure out how to get rid of a resource. If I mine the resource node completely out, can I then get rid of that resource from the map? And so I was trying to work on that problem. And what I discovered, actually, it's in this array right here. Oh, it's not active anymore. But what I discovered is if you have a location for a unit saved in your array, then it persistently updates with that unit's location. And so, like, if you destroy the metal node, then the array, the variable for the array turns to a null value. And so instead of what you have here in my map, you would just get a null, just an empty register here. And then you have to go through and clean it. But the same thing is true if you have an enemy unit and you see them with your vision and you save that to an array, then you can always know where that unit specifically is on the map, even if it moves. And then you have a reference to it that you can see whether or not it dies and turns into a null value. So you can keep track. If you were like, for example, in a game with 3 or 4 other people, and you were keeping an array, a map of all of the different enemy units that you bumped into, then eventually you would be able to see like if they were fighting, right? If you got a bunch of references to a bunch of their attack units, and then a bunch of the attack units from 2 of the different enemy groups just started turning to null values and dying, then you would know they were in the middle of a fight, and you would have references to their coordinate locations to go third party that fight and kill them. So there's going to be some crazy shit going on with mapping arrays when it comes to PvP, especially. But it'll also help you because even your mining nodes, if I was doing a bunch of searching around with my scout, and maybe way over here, I found a mining node that met my criteria. And so it got applied to my array. But then, in 20 minutes, suddenly that mining node goes null. Then now I know somebody mined that node. And if it's a 10,000 resource node, then it's likely, well, they could have blown it up, but they also could have mined it. And so if that's the case, and they did mine it, then that means what are you doing? But if that's the case and they did mine it, and it was a resource with like 10,000 resources, there's a decent chance that there's a base there, or at least somewhere near there. And if that's the case, maybe I could go and scout that out and find a bunch of their stuff. So mapping the world and using that in any tier of automation, right? If you're fully automating, if you're doing a little bit of automation and a little bit of manual, there's just so much data that you can save just by saving references to different types of units in an array. And then you can act on that data very well because it's just all stored right here. It's cray cray. You could set it up, I'm sure, to make notifications. Um, it would be a pretty complex code, but if you looped through the array and you were cleaning out any null values, then you could keep track of how many null values you were destroying, and you could keep track of like the average distance between those null values. And so if it was just a bunch of enemies that you were getting rid of because they were null valued, because they were dead, and they were all in the same place, then you would know, like, okay, that person just lost a huge group of units at X location. And you could go over there and see what happened. And that could all be automated. But you could also get it to just send you a notify that says, like, X number of units died at this coordinate. And it could send you a notify, or it could set up a ping based on those coordinate locations. All kinds of stuff. And then because this game allows multiple people to control a single faction, then, maybe you've got 2 or 3 people on your team controlling your faction. So you could all go over there, right? You could all go look, or, maybe there's a person who's like in charge of scouting. And so that person goes and looks while everybody else is over here doing stuff. This game has the potential to be the most complex RTS PvP game ever created. I think people are sleeping so hard on the collaborative and cooperative aspects of factions in this game. Because being able to have multiple people controlling the same faction, controlling and building and working together to make this expand is fucking crazy. Absolutely crazy. And then you throw automation on top of that, and I mean, it's wild. It's so wild. But this is why I think the Automation League is going to be so much fun, because it's really going to promote making teams, because you can't automate the entire game by yourself. It's too much. There are so many things that you have to do that you just can't. You just can't. That's not possible. Not possible at all. Especially like I can't, because I don't know diddly shit about programming. I'm literally just throwing poo at the wall and seeing what sticks at this point. And I think honestly a lot of people who play this game are probably going to be in that same boat. There are going to be a lot of people who are coming from RTS backgrounds and factory builder backgrounds. And so the logic and the step-by-step processes that go into those games are going to help them understand, how to build behaviors and stuff like that. But a lot of them have no coding background, right? A lot of them look at these behaviors and they kind of freeze because it's a lot. Even if it's all actions that you're going to do yourself anyway, right? These are all decisions that you're going to make. You're going to look at, the health value of your units. You're going to look at their inventories. You're going to look at all this data that you can get and then make decisions. Just like you're feeding that data into a behavior and then telling it what decision to make based on that data. So it's all kind of the same logical steps, but it gets overwhelming when you start trying to program it in and not just doing it in your head like you've done 1,000 times. And so, since there are so many players who are going to be in that position, teaming up and talking things through and stuff like that is going to be a big deal. But it's really, I mean, the dedicated servers for this game are extremely lightweight. You can run them on a fucking toaster. So creating a dedicated server for your team, because everybody shares the library. So I've got my work in progress scripts, and then this other person has their work in progress scripts. And then we've got production scripts, and then we've got completed scripts that need review. So we're going to do a 2-person authentication. So if I complete a script and I say, okay, this is done, then I'll put it in needs review. And then somebody else will go in and look at it and test it and try and break it. And if they can't and they think it's also good, then they'll move it into the production folder. And this is completed. We're taking it with us to competition. Code right here. And then, so that way everybody can work super asynchronously, right? The dedicated server stays up all day. So even if I'm not online, everybody else can be in here working. And I can go in here and I can go inspect this stuff any old time I want to. And just take a look, like, what is this dude doing? Cool. You know, he's got his own faction as well. So if he ever needs to do anything, you know, test anything or try anything or whatever in a different faction, he's got another faction over here, which also has a totally independent library. So he can put work in progress stuff over here if maybe he's working on a more elaborate multi-system code. And so, I mean, there's just so much capability inside of a dedicated server. And you can have as many as 16 people working at a time, but you're not limited to 16 because not everybody's going to be awake or at home at the same time. So there's tons of opportunity. I mean, you could build a 32-person team pretty easy and all work on this together. Yeah, oh, it's fucking crazy. It's so good. The functionality for servers and dedicated or hosted sessions or dedicated sessions or any of that stuff in this game is so good. They did a phenomenal job of making sure that you had as much control as possible of the things you really needed control of. I am thoroughly impressed. And you can lock a faction. So I could come in here and I could, where are we at? You've got this lock button, so you can lock so that nobody can switch into this faction if you want. So, you know, in a situation like you're doing competitive stuff, right, you obviously lock the factions so that people can't swap in and out. But you can make new factions, which I keep doing. So I've got 2 survival hermit factions because I've made multiple factions to test stuff. This is just a brand new fresh faction that I was going to test some starter base logic on, and I never really got around to. But you can just keep making factions. The primary faction actually got killed in like the first video I did. This faction got destroyed and then I remade it and started all over again. Yeah, that's definitely one of the things you can do if you want to test automation. You know, you could have another faction that has a totally different set of instructions or a totally different set of goals. And so the thing about this game is content is going to be really easy to make once we get the automation league going and we have some more automations. because I think that the PvP in this game is going to take a really long time. I think if you actually go for like a world domination, kill everybody competition, I think it's going to take days for a single round to get done. I think you'll be fighting for days. And so, I mean, you could just leave that up if you had a mod that would do like hot spotting and figure out when things are going on and had full vision of the map, then you could just leave a Twitch stream on and it could just be showing. And then periodically, you could jump in and like shoutcast it or whatever and talk about what's going on. Yeah, no, that's definitely what we're doing, Kev. The goal of the Automation League is to pit AIs, totally behavior controlled AIs, against each other. And so that's the team that I made or am making, and this dedicated server is specifically for us as a team to get together and automate the entire game. Expansion, new bases, hunting down enemies, killing enemy factions, mining, replenishing troops, making decisions, checking the game state, and then making different decisions, maybe coming up with a new strat. All of those things I'm trying to automate. And so the rule that I think you should have, because like I said, I think this is going to happen over days. So I think what we do is this command center is your point of entry into the game. So you would have, up to 16 different teams. Yeah, you absolutely can set it up so that they can apply behaviors to other things. Let's go look. It's a set, maybe? No. Hang on, it's in here. There we go, load behavior. So you can load behavior to this unit. So at the end of a behavior, for example, I could switch behaviors. Or you can load a behavior to another unit. You do have to be adjacent to the unit. You have to be touching in order to load a behavior onto another unit. But you can select a unit to load that behavior onto. And if you're loading from a mobile unit, then it'll actually walk over there and set the behavior or load the behavior. And then you can also load behaviors to your different components. So you have your integrated behavior controller, which just automatically is the component that it loads to. But if you have integrated controllers, then you can add, if you have like two, then number one would be your integrated, and then number two, number three would be your dedicateds or your internal. And so you can do all that, and you just select which subroutine you want to add. But yeah, you can totally load through your behavior tree. But that's what I was talking about, is it'd be cool if your command center was like your entry point into the game. So the command center would be the only place you could apply new behaviors. So if you needed to change something up or change a strat or do anything like that, then you would have to come in here and only change your command center's behavior. And so this would be like your command and control spot. And then everything else would have to be automated. And that way, things could evolve throughout the game. And you could use a little bit of personal discretion. And I think that'd be cool. I don't know why this guy thinks he can just come in my base. But he did now. But I'm fucking pumped. Every time I learn something new about this game, you know what they say? Curiosity killed the cat. Apparently, curiosity also killed the robot. Which is funny because there's a robot on another planet now called Curiosity. Which is just hilarious. Honestly, now I hope that they find a cat on Mars and that Curiosity like runs it over. And then Curiosity will have literally killed the cat. And I think that will be even better than finding life on Mars. I don't think that. Maybe not. Maybe not. Be pretty fucking hilarious though. I think I want to get out of this server here. And I want to go look at. I haven't done a lot of things in this game. Like, I haven't even beat the tutorial because I started playing and then my brain started exploding with ideas. And now I'm like so far into that automation thing that there's so many things I haven't even looked at. Um, this tower defense could maybe be fun. But hopefully they add actually some more scenarios here. That'd be cool. Honestly, hopefully we can start like modding some scenarios and get some player created scenarios would be fun. Yeah, they've got all kinds of cool shit. They've got the Nomad, which is a challenge to get 50 high density frames without constructing buildings, which is cool. So you don't even get to like set your command center. So let's go play this tower defense. The bugs are here to eat your silica. Don't let them. Okay. Oh. Okay. So we got some buildings here. Yeah, honestly, I'd like to see it a little more. Are the bugs down here or do they crawl up? Okay, they crawl up top. Looks like they're going to be coming around from the bottom this time. Oh, they could also come around through here. Oh no, they're coming around from inside here. Well, how are they going to get up? What do you mean they're here to eat my silica? Okay, well, I'm going to just watch and see what they do. Because I can't put this down inside of here. It has to go up here. But they don't have, like, any way to get up to my base. Oh, my silica's over here. I get it now. Okay. I'm a jackwagon. Got it. So let's set up right here. It tells me, oh, I need 20 of some point to set these up. Probably 20 silica or 20 metal bars. Must be 20 metal bars. I wonder how I get metal bars. Likely from killing the bugs. I will squish you like a bug. Alright, let's get one down over here. Where he can, like... clean up. Okay. Things are going good. We're doing okay. We're gonna make it here. Wave 9. Let's see, photon beams and missile launchers. Okay, so these are... This is a pretty basic version of tower defense. Because I'm not having to manage power. I'm not having to manage anything except the metal resource. There's no production pipeline that has to be dealt with or anything like that, which is cool. I love having just a nice, simple version of this. Definitely something that we could expand on. Again, modding. Because this has a modding API, modding is going to be a huge deal for making some cool scenarios and stuff. Yeah, it's a real old school tower defense. I like it quite a bit. It definitely seems like because of how much area. I mean, these are 1x1s, right? So based on the amount of area that you have to cover. I also don't have any idea what... Oh, this is just here to hold your... Okay. Yeah, but just the sheer number. How are these guys getting damaged? Oh, they're getting hit over here. That's hilarious. But just the sheer amount of space that you're going to be able to put turrets and stuff on is making me think, like, wow, you're going to be getting a little out of control. We're going to go as far as we can here. We're going to see if we can't get one of these photon beams. I want a photon beam. Let's see. Missile launchers. What kind of structure does this go on? Ooh. So we've got some blueprints. Can I change these? Oh. Hang on. Can I? Nope. Oh no, you can create behaviors. This is interesting. You could create behaviors in here to have certain buildings only target certain types of bugs instead of targeting all of them, which would be crazy. So you could get, some of these bigger hitters to target some of the bigger enemies. So you can do behaviors even right here in this. And then you've got blueprints, but I could actually copy. So we could copy this right here. And I could go into the library and I could paste a multi-blueprint in here. And then I don't actually know how to build multi-blueprints. I'll probably go into the build, go into the library. There we go, multi-blueprint. Oh, I don't have enough. Okay, well, let's make a smaller one. This is something I actually can build. Aw. Is that not working? Well, ain't that about a bitch? That actually kind of makes me sad. Does the integrated behaviors actually work? Okay, they do. So you can at least set some behaviors. Unfortunately, it looks like no joy on that other stuff. But that's fine. That's fun anyway. And again, with mods, that can totally be changed. Modding is super duper powerful. Get photon lasered. This is a fairly slow game mode, but I'm kind of digging it. It's definitely a nice fuck around, not having to pay too much attention mode. Which is good, because I've got maybe 3.5 hours of like really focusing in on the programming before my brain hurts and I don't want to do it anymore. So now we can just kind of fuck around with this. Numbers at the top are the speed. Something about a power grid. Oh. Yo, you're right. Oh shit. That's too fast. Way too fast. I'm not that quick. We're on wave 34 though. Like a boss. Too good at this game. Oh, what just happened? Why did we reset? Did I lose? Oh my goodness. I just lost. I feel so bad for myself. One of these days, I'll be good at video games. But it is not this day. Why are you escaping? Stop escaping. Oh no. Come on. Kill more bugs. Zap. This is honestly really fun. I am very much enjoying my little break to do some tower defense. I'm a big tower defense fan. Um, and I definitely want to see this game mode get a little crazy because you have um integrated slots, right? So you could get visual range stuff or attack range upgrades. Like there's a lot of potential because of the already existing modularity of these things to really consider improving this game mode and making it really interesting. That's exciting. I'm excited. You can upgrade the turrets. See above the inventory, there's a 40%. Oh shit. Oh, an integrated upgrader component. Okay. Ooh. Okay. I see you, game. I see you. They already thought of the upgrades. Yo, this is so cool. All right. Let's upgrade that. Oh, yeah. Oh, and then there's another upgrade. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. I love this game. This is probably one of the greatest games ever made. I am so impressed. It's crazy because this year, my disappointment with AAA developers has probably been at an all-time higher. There's flyers later, so watch out. Oh, gross. Let's face it, though, there's no way I'm actually getting that far. I'm ass at this game. Um, but my disappointment with AAA studios has been like at an all-time high this year. But my enjoyment of indie titles has been way high, like at an all-time high for me. I'm enjoying some of these smaller team titles immensely. I wish that I could like see the lasers and stuff coming out of here. Is it raining? I think I need to zoom that out a little so I can see what's going on a little better. Move around the map this way. Bring out the guns. Let's speed it up a little. Let's give it some 5 times. Let's get crazy with it. Go crazy. Ah, 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 ah. Choo. Choo. Oh, yeah. Wave 35 coming. Oh. There are flyers. They're like invisible. This seems like a good spot to defend against them, though. Let's go ahead and put some more defenses right here. There we go. Get them nasty flyer boys. I've lost 7 lives. That's booty cheeks. What does this thing look like? Look at that. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Now the ground ones are getting by. How am I supposed to win this? This is bullshit. This is bullshit, ref. Oh, no. Oh, I'm so dead. Oh, I'm so very dead. Get him. I don't think this dude is shooting those. I feel like he should be, but I don't feel like he is. Nope. I don't know why he's not shooting them. Maybe he's missing. Maybe they move too fast. I don't even know. But I'm definitely just gonna die. Womp womp. One of these days I'll be good at video games. Alright. I think probably that's where we're gonna call it for the day. I'm pretty at the end of my rope range. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. The versus scenario? I don't know. It doesn't say. This scenario is intended for multiplayer. Okay. Oh, so you gotta like choose 2v2 planet side or 1v1 prime. So you can add AI players. Cool. Oh, that's cool. So you're adding AI players, but they can all be on different factions. So it's one faction versus one faction, but you can have lots of players. Yeah, so this is what I'm talking about. Co-op is so good because you can have tons of players working together. This is the first RTS I've ever seen where if you're on the same team, you share a base. And that's like, boom, my brain is exploding. Absolutely exploding. But yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and call it quits for this stream today. Thank you all very much. Cav, thank you so much for helping me figure out my little issue and helping me get my mining logic working a little better. I really appreciate that. Um, but yeah, I hope everybody has a great rest of their night, and I'll see you all on the next one tomorrow.